and I'm gon' shoot until I won. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please, take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are continuing our trophy hunt in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you for the daily check-in, and congratulations for the first 25 times you've been the first viewer of my stream. That's a quarter to 100. Congratulations! I greatly appreciate your support, and I hope you enjoy my streams. Well, most of the time I don't exactly find my own streams enjoyable for the viewers, but I hope you do enjoy them, because otherwise, why are you watching them? That would be quite masochistic. To watch so many streams, be the first to them, not even like them. Dark thought. How are you doing? Oh, I'm rather alright. I hope your day is just as nice, and hopefully you've been hydrating diligently. Support? Oh, I see. So the only thing why you are watching my streams is just to show support, not because you like them at all. Yeah, I understand that. That is rather selfless indeed. It's not heartbreaking at all. No support would be yes, I understand it is a reason. It's a really good reason. It's understandable. Yes. That actually brings up a great point. And that is this trophy right here. This is the latest trophy and also the rarest trophy I have in the Amnesia collection. It is not from the Dark Descent, but from its DLC Justin. And it's called Altruist. That is a lovely word that I didn't know what it meant up until I earned this trophy, and then I looked it up. You see, altruist is a person who agrees with and practices altruism, and that means being selfless and being concerned for the welfare of others, so much like Schmoozer right here with her support. Actually, in animals, it also means that an animal behaves in a way that is not necessarily beneficial to itself. Sometimes it's outright harmful to itself, but it is good for the other members of the species. That's one I don't actually know an example for, but if you know it, please do share. Hydrate, what is that? You see what? I will actually look up the definition just for you. What is the definition of hydrate? We are looking for a verb, okay. So hydrate means to supply with ample fluid or moisture. Now that means that I take a little watering can and I pour it over your head, hoping that you will somehow absorb some of that water. Now a more direct way of that, and maybe better for you because you won't get drenched every 30 minutes, is that you take, I'll show it, you take a lovely cup filled with some digestible liquid, okay, and then you raise it up to your mouth region and you take a sip. It's also rather important to swallow it, otherwise it does not count. And just because I'm being so professional, I will not make a dirty joke about that. That is how much I respect my work. I had some cappuccino today, but I got a lot distracted today. Now you see, I always heard that coffee is not hydration. It is rather the opposite. I don't know its scientific explanation, but as such, I would say that maybe try something without coffee. Now, cappuccino is mostly milk, so I can see that being good for you, but maybe try a bit of water or tea. Who knows? If you have such amazing taste as I do, and you prefer tea. But I do hope that even though you got distracted so much today, you still had a rather fun time, and your day will only get better. And today, for your entertainment and for my mad reasons of collecting trophies, I will be collecting consumables in Amnesia, because that's a trophy. That's still a strange thing for a trophy. Never heard about a trophy or an achievement that required people to collect consumables. Birthday, helping people. I see. Someone's birthday in the family, a friend maybe. Birthdays are fun, especially birthday parties. Well, depending on the age, they are rather different, but can be nice. Partner of my mom. Oh, I see. Well, I hope that it goes well. You see, it's much like any kind of family celebrations or holidays. They can be rather heartwarming or, how could I say it, disastrous, based on the family. You see, on one hand, I am somewhat lucky because I don't have to worry about distant relatives visiting me in my realm, though I have to say it would be rather surprising if someone turned up like that. But on the other hand, I spend most of my time alone. But yes, I will prepare tea now. That's wonderful. Good schmoozer. Now, I started doing a bit of a recap, a summary in the beginning of all of my streams, in case someone is watching who perhaps missed the previous episode. However, in this case, I don't exactly have much to say, because I already played through all 3 games in the Amnesia collection, and as you can see, I am already at 75% with the trophies, which is lovely. However, obviously I missed something in pretty much each of the games, so I have to replay all of them. That is classic Dreadist. Now, the 2 trophies we are trying to earn asks the player to collect all of the tinderboxes and all of the notes as well as diary entries in the first game. At least that is the part I'm focusing on right now. We will move on to the other games later on. I adopted the boogeyman. You adopted the boogeyman. That raises so many questions. Where did you find him? Why is my Twitch broken again? Boogie Heart. Neil Somnus. Never heard about them, but again, that doesn't mean much. Oh, under the bed. Yes, that actually makes a whole lot of sense. You can find all kinds of interesting things under the bed. Well, I hope he is a nice individual. I'm actually not even sure what creature the boogeyman is. Well, it says man, so is that a hint at their gender or their species? He thought blood would be a nightmare for me. Oh, poor innocent boogeyman. Poor innocent boogeyman. That's a bold assumption when it comes to schmoozer. No, blood is not enough. I think blood might have rather the opposite effect of a nightmare. For me, well, depending on the context, it could be many things. But I see you created a new heart, and that is rather nice. With little glasses. How nice. I like the design, and it works so very nicely with the highlight lines on the glasses. Really nice touch. I miss the German anti-Christmas song mentioning gore, blood and curses. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. Even though I have no clue about it because, well, it's probably in German. Got banned. Schmoozer. I know this is a live stream and everything is public, but really, that will stop you? On the internet? Do I have to explain how to use it? I think you've been on the internet for a long while enough to know you can find anything. I tried for years. Really? It got so buried that you can't find it. That's rather fascinating. Actually, there is a website. I don't know its name, but I know there is a website that is a quote-unquote a collection of lost media. Now they don't obviously have the media items themselves, but they have descriptions of it. I found it 17 years ago, I guess. Do you remember anything from it? Its title, band, creator, lyrics, something that could be a hint, a little trace that you could follow. Now really. A bit lyrics. Well, maybe that's enough. Even though it is tricky because most likely you would find it on German websites again. Not exactly something for me. And given that Germany is more aware of the internet, maybe if you have a German IP, certain websites would be unreachable. I'm not necessarily sure if that's the case, but there are some interesting places on the internet. Such as this one here. Who would think you visit Twitch and you look for all the silly things, and what you find? A monster butchering the English language every minute, live on air. Now, let's see, where was I? I always get kind of lost in thought, or between them. Does it ever happen to you that you're kind of transitioning from one thought to the other, and you already left the previous one, but you kind of forgot about what the next one was supposed to be, and then you're just kind of there in limbo? Great game, by the way. I got 100% trophy progression in it. I'm proud of it. One of the best monsters. Ah, thank you. Wait, there's someone else? One of the best? Do I have a rival? Do I have to pay someone a visit? Please do tell their name and address. I'm a mother, I can't have a favorite. Two things about that. One, that's true, however, it's not always true. Let's be honest. Some mothers do pick favorites, even if it's not necessarily a nice thing. And second of all, because of the tiny typo, I quickly read that as I'm a mot. I can't have a favorite, and I started wondering when Schmoozer turned into a mot. Could happen, you know, mots are pretty fluffy as well. And since she set herself on fire for the third time in as many weeks, who knows? Yeah, I hate this. The typo and having fan faves. Yes, don't worry about that. The typo. Would it be the less? That's alright. I rather like typos. Now, obviously, if you're writing a letter or an email or something more serious, something requiring more professionalism, you will probably double check everything, or triple if you're me. But when it comes to just chatting, especially when you're using a touch screen, there's a lot of autocorrect going on and typos happen, and that's fine. And why I like them, because sometimes they create really fun sentences or bring out puns. Not at all intended, but still really amusing. My hearts, I like them all, but I have favorites. Oh, so you do have favorites. Now here's the thing about favorites. As much as it's not nice to have favorites, when it comes to living creatures, it is inherently human to a certain point, and even true for many creatures, because if you like things, you like some things more than others. You have maybe a favorite mug, a favorite game, a favorite character, right? Now, even with friends, you have favorites. You don't say it because that's rude. Instead, people came up with the idea that you have friends and you have a best friend, which is kind of saying that that's my favorite friend. Now in English it's a bit tricky. One of the aspects of the language that I always disliked, that everyone is a friend, especially online. If you met someone and just said hello to them, you are already friends. Not really, at least in my dictionary. Friend means a bit more. But you do have favorites when it comes to things. Friends are friend-shaped. Yes, but that's also subjective. Like here's, you're right? They obviously don't have favorites, right? They are a really nice person. But every now and then I have this suspicion that they are slightly biased towards a certain color. I cannot quite put my finger on it, but I really feel like that every now and then when you ask them which color they prefer, they will always say the same thing. Yeah, someone you say hi to is an acquaintance or whatever they spelled. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure about the the spelling either, but that's right. But that's the odd part of English, and maybe that stems from the idea that everyone wants to be nice. Is that instead of saying someone is my acquaintance, which would be correct, but it's kind of distancing, people kind of skip that part and they say they are my friends, right? Which is just not true, because how can someone be your friend whom you know nothing about, you never really spoke to, you never spent much time with them? I don't understand that, and that is obviously a huge issue within the streaming bubble. Because if you watch a streamer, if I watch a streamer, just because I'm there in the chat and I'm having a kind of discussion with the streamer, that doesn't mean I'm their friend. As much as it might seem like it for a bit. Me having a favorite color? Ha! No. You would never have a favorite color. I know, but still, it just feels like that way every now and then. But maybe it's just my mind. Take that back. Which part? Also, nice gun. Which part am I taking back? The friend part. Okay. Let me rephrase it. Maybe I got a bit verbose there. Just because you watch someone stream doesn't make you their friend. I think that's rather true. No, in your case, you are my friend. because we became friends, and then you watch my streams because you are rather nice and hopefully you enjoy my streams. But it was the other way around. We became friends, and yes, we met, I do believe, watching each other's streams, but it didn't end there. I'm not a friend. I'm not friend-shaped. Yes, you are. I am enemy-shaped. No matter how pointy your knife is, you are not enemy-shaped. Nah. Good morning, Furious Potato. I'm assuming you just woke up, so I would advise you to get some nice hot beverage and get used to the light, the sunlight. That's why it's nice here. It's always dark. No, really, you're right. Look at that emoticon. Like, how can you say that you are not absolutely adorable? Knives are friends. To you. Yes, the sun. Yeah, that big disc shining on the sky. Yeah, that annoying thing. Yes, that's it. I forgot to turn the kettle on for my tea. I hope you didn't forget about the water part. There's too many steps to making a good tea, I know. Nice hot beverage? Are you suggesting to make a tea? Of course. What else would I be suggesting? You're right. You're not telling me, are you? You're not saying that you like coffee, are you? I don't know, a coffee for example. Oh, you are walking a tightrope there. I don't hate coffee. You don't hate coffee? But I don't drink it. I drink tea. Okay. That was close. And for the record, I don't necessarily hate coffee. I never drink it, but because people seem to form these groups of tea and coffee fanatics, I just enjoy making fun of it. Drink whatever you like. Hot chocolate? I think hot chocolate is kind of the middle ground, and that's interesting because if you offer hot chocolate to someone who drinks tea or coffee, I think they will both accept it most of the time. Oh, Schmoozer, I see. You want to spill some tea? Well, give me the juicy details. What is it? I would have it. Yes. And thank you for the hydrate. But hot chocolate goes well to dip churros. Churros. What is churros? Or, based on the S at the end, what are churros? Churro. Just a moment. I'm learning about some cuisine. I'm not sure what kind of cuisine. Fried dough. Funny part, on Wikipedia, the example image is a plate of churros with a cup of chocolate. So it really goes well with it. No, I dropped my tea mug. Oh, that's terrible. Don't do that. Poor schmoozer. Lost all the tea. The delicious tea. I have a signature drink at the local game store that has a cafe. A cafe. It's now on their menu. Oh. Well, that's nice. A game store with a cafe. How classy. Churros are yummy. Alright, maybe it's only me who don't know what those are. They are Spanish. I don't know if that's a pastry. Yeah, they are fried dough. Churros are pretty delicious. Okay, everyone knows what it is. They are amazing. Okay, okay. So here's the question. You're right. I think you know plenty of things about Spanish. If I'm not mistaken, you actually speak Spanish. And according to you, this is a Spanish dish. So please explain to me. You are Spanish. Oh, then you are an expert. So please enlighten me, because I'm confused. Wikipedia says that according to, I'm assuming, a Spanish dictionary, churro is a word that is mimicking or imitating the sound of frying. So it's like when you say that the oil is sizzling, something like that, and that's why it's called that, because you deep fry it, and so that's the idea. Is it? Never knew that. You see, that's the beauty of language. Those people who speak the language, they don't know how it works. And poor schmucks like me, who try to understand it, never get to understand it. It's beautiful. But it's also true with English. I find so many confusing tidbits that no Americans or British people ever heard of, because they just know how to speak. But yeah, when you fry them, they sizzle. There's like a metal I'm not reading that, I'm pretty sure that's French. Thing that drops a string of dough and that falls into the pool of oil. Aww, the poor little dough strings, they are getting deep fried right away. Not even a moment to be happy that they are getting prepared. No, it's right into the deep fryer, into the hot oil. And that hardens it, and that's a churro. Delicious churro. But why do I think I'm mispronouncing the name as well? Let me check. I'm not even sure if it's in a dictionary. It's in a freaking dictionary. So it's not a churro, it's a churro. Okay. A Spanish and Mexican pastry resembling a donut. It's nothing like a donut. Or cruller, and made from deep fried unsweetened dough and sprinkled with sugar. Interesting. That is rather interesting. But you say that it hardens because of the deep frying. But is it soft on the inside, or it's hard throughout? My signature drink is a classic milk tea. Poured onto a hazelnut cold brew coffee base mixed with tapioca pearl boba. Of what? So it's milk, tea, coffee, all together. I guess that's the idea of the best of both worlds. It's kind of both. The center may be slightly uncooked. Oh. The opening is kind of a star shape, so it makes it sound better throughout. And that provides it with a bigger surface, I'm assuming, which is great if you are dipping it into chocolate. Tons of caffeine, and yes. Now, honestly, Furious Potato, I'm not sure if that idea is I don't know what the right word would be, but it kind of feels like an insult to both tea and coffee lovers. Or maybe this is the one thing that will bring them together. I'm not sure. Exactly. Oh, yeah, chocolate. It's like a coffee bubble tea. It's a bubble coffee? Or maybe we could say that it's a cobble tea. No, that means something else. I would try it. Fun fact, because boba tea became so popular in recent years, I never had one. Cobble, that's stone. Yes, you are indeed correct. Cobblestone is a type of stone. If you played Minecraft, you know. Oh, look at the potato drinking some boba. That's an adorable emoticon. Who drew that? I want to know. So, where was I? Oh yes, Amnesia. So last time around, we started a new playthrough looking for all kinds of lovely collectibles, and that stream was rather uneventful. Mostly I spent the time with stumbling around in the dark and looking for tiny timber boxes. However, you see, you should try a milk tea with tapioca pearl boba. I feel you may like it. I'm not exactly opposed to it, even though I don't really like milk mixed with tea, but you sound slightly biased there. But hey, that's alright. That's a positive review to it, so if you like it, maybe I would like it too. Except I'm still stuck in my realm, so hey, one day I might be able to visit Earth again. If I gather enough followers and steal their life. I mean, I gather enough followers here on Twitch. Yeah, don't forget to follow. Eventually, exactly. Eventually, I will do some interesting things, but now you should follow. So, I will let Reds deliver some. That's an interesting idea. I didn't think of my rats traveling between the worlds. I wouldn't want to get them into any dangerous situation, but who knows, maybe that could work. So, why the previous stream was so calm is partially because of how Amnesia the Dark Descent is paced. You see, even though it is an indie horror game, and most of those try to be scary from the get-go, this game was developed differently. It is rather a slow burn with a slower beginning part. There are scares, indeed, but they try to build up the anticipation mostly with really nicely made sound effects, some mystery hinted at in the notebooks, a few well-timed scares, and overall we don't even really see any enemies. There are a few faint shadows we see from the corner of our eyes, but they mostly disappear or walk off into the darkness. So in the beginning of the game, because I already played it, I knew I'm somewhat safe. Except, obviously, the darkness is dangerous because poor Daniel goes insane if you stay in the dark for too long. But to be honest, based on my previous stream, he's not as fragile as I might have guessed before. I enjoyed the game a long time ago. It was a good time. Oh, Amnesia? Yes, it is a really nice game. I had my reservations, to be perfectly honest, but I enjoyed the first game. I greatly enjoyed its DLC. I actually like the DLC more. A Machine for Pigs is a bit different. I will give it another go because I have to get the trophies. But that is a different game. A much different game. Rebirth I found surprisingly refined and polished compared to The Dark Descent, which is already a really well-made game. And The Bunker I never played. I know what it is about. I've seen streams and I know the idea of it because I really quickly realized that what Frictional Games did was go back to the original formula that they had, not the formula of The Dark Descent, but to their first game, or at least the first game I know they created, Penumbra. And I played that game, and I loved that game. Actually, I loved it more than any of the Amnesia games, so I'm looking forward to Bunker, but I don't have it yet. Schmoozer, since when do you have a tail like that? I do like the little hearts effect on it, but I'm not sure about the biting. But then again, love bites, and so do I. Now, let me see. They very much leaned into the suspense of never knowing where the enemy was and attempted portraying a psychological spiral for its time. Did a great job. Indeed. Indeed, it is. Oh my god, you don't ask people why do they have tails. I didn't ask why. I asked since when did they have such a tail. Because previously they had a a fluffy tail. But then, oh right, they set it on fire. So maybe that's what remained. Oh, push Moser. I made a tea! Wonderful! Let's enjoy some tea together. Lovely. Tail? Yes, a tail. Some creatures do have tails. Not me, not in this form. Wow. Wow. That's a potato, alright. And that's me. That's how the kids... what? Please, you're right there. I'm not good with this slang, you see. I'm not hip with the kids, you might say. I am way too old for that. But it's indeed a slang. Now I love this definition for this word. Me neither. I see. Well, first of all, I have to figure out how to even pronounce this lovely word. Kiat. Wouldn't have guessed that. So it is an exclamation used to express excitement or admiration, especially for shapely buttocks. That is the working definition for this word in the dictionary. I absolutely love it. Goodness. Due to its associations with posteriors, kiat has started to become a slang term for the butt itself. It's so nice when you have something innately silly and somewhat explicit, and you try to be ever so professional when you talk about it. It's so amusing. Yeah, like Skibidi Riz. Here's the thing, I still don't know about that whole Skibidi thing. The only thing I know about it was its crossover with Fortnite, and even that was too much for me. Not Dreadist discovering the definition of Giat in the year of 2025. Well, if you wait another month or so, and you give me another slang term, I will learn that in the year of 2026. Yes, I'm old. RIP. No, I'm not dead yet, I'm just old. There's an actual horse called Skibidi Riz. Oh goodness, the poor animal. A quote from me! But this is an 18 plus game, so it can be that bad. Indeed, it can be that bad. Because it's 18 plus. If only I could stream those kind of games. Skibidi originated from an animation series made by a creator using Gary's mod. Now that much I actually know. I just don't exactly understand what it means. If it means anything. It's tricky because there are slang terms, but most of the time, at least back in the day, slang terms had definitions as well, right? They were slang because they are not used in serious context, or because it's mostly used by the youth. But nowadays, with memes, some words don't even have a meaning. It's a bit like how I actually read an article in a dictionary, or on a dictionary website, about 6-7. And so I decided, alright, I see this 6-7 stupidity everywhere. What does it mean? Let's see a proper source for it. And the article pretty much concluded with the result that, look, this doesn't mean anything. It's just a meme. No one knows what the fuck it means. And that's why I don't even try to understand these meme or viral videos, because I think it's kind of like an inside joke to those who saw that video when it came out. So it's kind of a generational thing, or even more narrow. Let's just not throw Dreadist down the brain rot rabbit hole. Yes, I like to keep my my brain from rotting. The only kind of brain rot I like is in zombies. Some of them are rather nice. Game time, indeed, though that doesn't mean much in this case, because, well, we are just looking around. But once again, I do have my little cheat sheet with me, and so I know in which area how many items I need to find. Now, we are, in theory, in the bank hall. I don't know why it's called that, but that's what I have here. And I got 2 tinderboxes here. So the next thing I have to do is go to the guest room. Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the guest room is up here. What relaxing music. No, this is the study. Where's the guest room? Here's the guest room. He tried to fit the pieces together, but like the sand dunes, they shifted when you weren't looking. Now that's a nice comparison. This is obviously...
My journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
So this is obviously talking about how Daniel, after returning to England, tried to piece together the pieces of the shattered orb, and he couldn't. He found that these pieces change color and shape ever so slowly, and so he was rather confused by that. I think he even discussed it with a scientist who didn't know about, I think, the orb itself, but he compared this idea to glass, which is also a solid which slowly changes its shape. It's a room to store your guests. Yes, that's a guest room, exactly. Another word for it is a dungeon in my dictionary. So we are looking for 2 tinderboxes and 3 diary entries. Let's go. Oh, it seems someone has been here before, and that someone was probably me. Let's go indeed. So Daniel was looking around here because he couldn't find his journal. And also... Oh, that's a tinderbox. Where's my pencil? That's a one tinderbox. And I think that was the 48 tinderbox. In some places, the tinderboxes are so obviously placed. And in some places I can find them after a 30-minute search. Ooh, would you look at that? That's a crowbar. Now let's clean up here a bit, because this is just unacceptable.
2nd of July, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
So, from Rebirth we learned that Herbert, after sending Daniel back, being slightly upset by the fact that he shattered the orb, set out to find another one in the tomb, and he was successful. However, he was chased by the shadow, much like Daniel is right now, and maybe that is what hurt Abdullah. I'm not sure. The description that it seemed like he was mauled by a lion is not exactly aligning with that idea. But we know that Herbert and his expedition disappeared because, well, most of them actually died there, I think, but Herbert himself was able to travel to the dark world. However, he lost the orb as he was being chased by the shadow, I think, and because he didn't have a traveler's, I don't know what it was called, the compass that Tazi had on her wrist, even though he was able to use some calculations and figure out where his chances would be best to return, he couldn't open a portal back, and so he actually died in the dark world. We actually find his lifeless body there. Now let's see. It's interesting that I picked up the first of the diaries. Now that could be because whichever diary you pick up is always the first one, or because the developers assumed that I would go left first. Which is interesting because I think most people prefer to go to the right first, being that the left is, I think, described as the sinister side. That's why for so long being left-handed was a frowned upon thing. Oh! That's not a collectible exactly, that is a laudanum. I hope I'm finally pronouncing that word right. Right. Because in Latin, sinister means left. Left from. Isn't that fascinating? The origins of words. Schmoozer is sharing some etymology with us. I much appreciate that. And that is a rabbit. Now, I wanted to say it is a wooden rabbit, but then I realized, no, it is not a wooden rabbit. It is... let me show you, but... desk is filled with garbage. Rocks. Why are there rocks here? Come on, now. So this is not a wooden rabbit, even though its brown color might make you think so. This is a taxidermy rabbit, and why I know that is because of the cut right there on the side. Now, to be perfectly honest, if you want to make such a preservation, don't cut the side of the animal. I think most of the time, but first of all, you would try to do it in such a way that after you are done with skinning the animal, the fur will hide the seams. But this is actually bloody, I'm assuming, based on the red coloration there on the skin. So that, in my opinion, suggests that someone did a really bad job, and instead of killing the animal in a more humane way and then draining its blood, they either cut the animal while it was alive or without letting all the blood out, and that stains the skin and the fur, something you don't want to do. So yes, this is a really poor rabbit and a sad art piece. Mostly belly, it's easier to skin. I'm not sure about that. I'm not exactly an expert on skinning animals.
3rd of July, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
So, two things here. One, this was indeed a detail that confused me. And at first I thought maybe the orb that Herbert found was an illusion of some sort, and since the expedition disappeared, we have no proof that he really found an orb. However, based on what we learned from Rebirth, there were 2 orbs. And the other thing is an interesting word he used, and by that I mean Daniel saying that after he received Herbert's journal, he skimmed through its pages. And if I'm not mistaken, that means to quickly read through something. But let me find that. To read, study, or examine rapidly. To glance through. Yes. Interesting word. Nah. The door is stuck due to a broken lock. Well, that's no problem to me. I have a crowbar. And as the description states, it is a tool allowing great leverage. However, let's see the mementos or my quests. The lock is broken. Find another way to open the closet door in the guest room. Well, that is why it is advisable to always carry a crowbar with you. If you don't have the space for it, maybe get a pocket crowbar. I'm not sure if those things exist, but hey, maybe it would be an interesting idea to create such a product. Because let's say that you go to visit a friend and they decide to store you in the guest room. Well, you have a way to go out. Excuse me? Oh, it appeared here. It's just so bloody dark I couldn't see it. Come on. Wait, which way am I pushing this? Oh, this way? This way? Okay, this way apparently.
The key. Please, let it be here.
What did you write this time? An important key is hidden in the guest room. Now here's the thing. If your crowbar is so shit that it snaps in half after opening one wooden door, go and get a refund. Yeah, this is the... Whoa! This is the time when we hide. I think this may be the first time an actual creature is dangerous to us. Well, let me clarify a bit more. A creature that we can actually see. And that was the same sound effect that plays when we go through a door, signaling that the creature is gone. Nice detail. Nah. Let's see. We have the third page here.
4th of July, 1839. It's done. The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
Oh yes, it certainly is. But good thing that Daniel didn't decide to just bring it to a museum. That would have been disastrous. Oh, I can move. Oh, okay, I can't. But this is the part that I overlooked last time, but now I know.
Oh, thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
Now this I'm not sure about, because if we remember ourselves looking for the key that I guess we hid and then forgot. But I mean, yes, if you hide something so well that when you forget it, you can't find it, I think that is a good hiding spot. Yeah, imagine, unless... Thank you. Maybe ADHD. I found money I hid months ago. Good for you. That's a pleasant surprise. It's a present from past schmoozer to present schmoozer. Money. Okay, that emoticon is cute. It reminds me of Zav's money emoticon as well. But you see, that's the thing. Especially if you're living with other people, you have to hide the money really well. Because if you found it months after you hid it, that means you hid it well enough that no one else could find it. Really important detail. Now, I think we are done here and we can move into the next. Oh yes, Professor Taylor. He died because of his damned curiosity. His is referring to Daniel in this case, and I think that was either the professor who helped him with the orb, the person I mentioned before who explained how glass slowly changes shape, or the professor whom he asked for help. Because I remember that Daniel went to the university where Herbert worked, and there was one person who let Daniel into Herbert's office, and that's where he found his address book, and in that address book he found Alexander. And that is how Daniel got to Brennenburg. But I'm not good with names, so I'm not sure which person that was, and the study is the next place where we need to go. So let's go to the study, where we study. Oh yes, the letter that frightened him. That was the letter, I'm assuming, that Alexander sent him. Because you see, Daniel was slightly terrified. And so he sent letters to pretty much everyone in Herbert's address book, trying to find any information about his research and what could have been in that tomb that they visited, and what the orb is, and what is trying to kill Daniel. And so he also sent a letter to Alexander, and he replied. I think he was pretty much the only one who replied in a way that showed that he has some knowledge about the matter and wasn't just not really useful. So here we have 6 Tinder boxes and 4 diary entries. Alright, that's easy enough, hopefully. This is a valid place. I can see shit. Good start. Could you? Thank you. Okay, I really can't see shit. Okay, we have 1 Tinder box. Good start. Good start, I would say. Oh, there's another Tinder box. 2 down, 4 to go. Look at me go. If you hear some crackling sounds, don't worry about it. It is just Daniel going slightly mad. It happens. But look, if you are trophy hunting and you never start to go mad, I think you're doing it wrong. Oh, come on, what's your problem? There's plenty of light here. What the heck? Oh, books. I mean, look at that. Plenty of light. You want more light? No, wrong button. Come on. Okay, those are some strong windows. Okay. Let's grab something a bit more hefty, I'm assuming. Not sure what these sounds are, but they are not at all comforting. Okay, I don't know what this is, but it seems pretty hard. Come on. Really? You just bounce off like that? Okay, let's try this one. You know, back in the day, they really made everything from materials that would last. Not like nowadays. Let's see what we have here. Don't forget to jump, because these bookshelves are so tall. I can see what's on the top shelf. This is what being short is like, I'm assuming. Absolutely terrible. Letter regarding the discovery of an orb. To my most trusted student and friend Johan Weyer. Oi! Oh, wait. Yeah, that is Oi. I wasn't sure. Yes? What is it, schmoozer? Did you find something interesting? So this is a note from Agrippa to his trusted friend and student about finding an orb, I think somewhere around actually this place. I'm looking for a brick now. A brick. Ooh, I'm not sure if I can help with that. I have this egg thingy. I'm not sure what this is. I have a chair. Plenty of books. If you want something with a bit more knowledge, this is a pretty thick book. What else could I find to help you? Brick. Who knows? Maybe if I find one, I'll let you know. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not using the tinder boxes if I don't have to. Okay. The cracked window panes are held together only by a weak wooden frame. Oh, so this is what I had to do. Oh, look at that. Oil. So you can't just break any window. You have to break the cracked window. Oh, this place. I absolutely love this place.
Let's see what you have to offer. What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
So this is once again a part that packs way more meaning once you play Rebirth, which is interesting given that Rebirth was released 10 years after this game. Mr. May... Wait. That's not Zeph. That's Schmoozer. You can't impersonate Zeph like that. Also, that's a lot of bricks. That is so wasteful. 10 bricks? Just terrible. And also, why are you throwing bricks at me all of a sudden? What did I do? I do it because of mentioning being tiny. I said this is what being small must be like, and it's terrible. I was sympathetical. Or something like that, I'm not sure. It's not wasteful if they're bringing the bricks back. Okay, good point. Now what's that? Oh, look at that! It's a head of a dog. Let's see what Alexander mentioned. Yeah, that's a pretty jagged cut indeed. Wow. Oh, look at that. Oh, not the dog. Well, I mean, it's not a dog. It's definitely not. No, it's not. This one is also not. Let's no. Marketer, welcome in. Thank you for the daily check-in. Well, this is a rabbit, if that's any better. The dog we heard in the audio. Poor puppy. But that's a bird. If you like that more. So this is Alexander's little workshop. I still don't know why he needs a shovel here. I would assume that comes later in the process. The canine spine. So Alexander was trying to extract a special substance from any source in this world. No, Alexander himself is from the dark world, and to return there he needed this substance. No, the problem was that in the mortal realm he couldn't find it. How far in are you? I don't want to say halfway, but almost there. Though it is not my first playthrough, so I know what is awaiting me. I am merely looking for the collectible tinder boxes. So Alexander was trying to somehow gather this substance, and his first attempt was with alchemy, and that's we actually witness in a way when we go through the laboratory where we create that acid used for dissolving the shadows. I'm not sure what it is. Growths, webs. Now, later on, he tried to extract it from living beings, as you can see, animals, and that worked to a certain extent, I think, but the yield was really, really low. As he said, he could sense it, but later on we learned that it wasn't enough. I guess that's why he moved from birds to rabbits and then dogs, anything that is bigger. And look, I don't want to be rude, but that's a terrible job. I mean, look at that seam line. I can sew for shit, but I would do a better job at that. And based on the audio part, he was kind of doing everything at the same time, which, well, for his intents and purposes made sense, but then I don't know why he wanted to turn them into art pieces. What is that? Understanding what? Understanding balance. Oh, that's milestones of human anatomy, so he was already looking at humans as well. So this is the animal experiment. Canis lupus familiaris. Canis lupus? I want to say that's somewhere with the wolf. After a short study, it is clear that the agitation found among humans can be found in the dog. Fear and pain induce stress, which seems to trigger an endogenous response, causing the animal to burst with energy. So that's what he is after. There is an inherent problem in harvesting this energy, since the creature is bound to die from the exercise. Again, I think Alexander's complete lack of sympathy towards any living creature, especially in these written diaries, is what makes him so cold and distant. It really introduces him or paints him as a, I want to say sociopath, but well, he's murdering, so maybe a psychopath. And that's again the genius of this game, that you only meet with Alexander for a short period at the end of the game, but you still know things about him through the little memories, through the written words, and you already dislike him a great deal. Now, let's see what's here. I must refine this process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary. It might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that ultimately augments their experience of terror. So I guess the idea here is that humans are intelligent or sophisticated enough to be more terrified, to even understand the extent of what is happening. Because in a way they can assume things, they can expect things even if something is not happening. And that's interesting because that is an idea that game developers use in horror games. And this game uses it all the time because many times you don't see an enemy, you only hear things, and you are already on edge because you don't wait for something to appear. You are already expecting something to jump out. And so you feel a sort of fear even without getting scared. Now, did I note that down? Yeah, great. Next one. Oh, that's a doggo with the muscles. That's a doggo from the front. That's a really odd drawing. That's not much better. But to be perfectly honest, if Alexander could draw this well, that's kind of impressive. Oh, look at that! That's Alexander! Oops. Let's see. Now, when it comes to skeletons, figuring out how many skeletons are there is difficult. However, skulls are rather useful because most skeletons only have one. So that's a 1 skeleton, that's a 2 skeleton, that's a 3 skeletons, four skeleton. Holy moly! How many skulls fit into a tiny desk? That's a 5 skeletons. Oh, I see you there. And that's 6 skeletons. And these two are femurs. They are, I would want to say, the largest bone in the body. And they are found in the upper leg, the thighs. They are the ones often depicted in the banners of pirates, I think. Now, where's my tinderbox? There's my tinderbox. I knew there has to be one here. That's okay, we have half of everything. Great. An interesting detail that I learned is about this painting. Now, I already knew this painting had 2 versions. This is the human Alexander, and there is a more terrifying version, let's call it. Now, I wasn't sure when or how this painting changes. As it turns out, it is dependent on Daniel's sanity. Right now, we only have a slight headache, so we see this version. Anatomy Frontiers. Okay. That's another one. Thank you so much. Now, let's see. I didn't see any tinderboxes here. Again, I will not leave this area until I found everything. So So we might be here for a while. Or we might be done in no time. Let's see. Daniel stating the obvious again. Find another way around the rubble in the study. Thank you, Daniel. You're still a genius. So the way we can do that is by finding something. Anything throwable. I don't have a brick, unlike certain people. So I will just have to use a chair. As you can see, these old windows are rather thick. And the chair, like this, just bounces right off of them. However, if they are slightly cracked and as such, you introduce some weakness to their structure, then this happens. And if you are as brilliant as Daniel here was, then you can even keep the chair. Oh, really? Who the freak put that there? I don't even think that you can open these doors, but or windows, but okay. What's happening? Now, poor Daniel here has to be careful. No, I said it before, and I will say it again. I know the scare here is the shadow spreading in the forest. And I understand that, even though the shadow is still a rather abstract idea. And when I first saw these tall trees moving, I imagined something with a physical form, like a big creature or something like that. But I think it would have been so nice to have an enemy walk by here, because you can clearly see through the window, but you are still separated. Alright, nothing here. Something here. Okay. I still have no clue what the heck that is. Elevator renovation plans. But I do need those because I have to do something with the elevator. But first, we're looking for things. Emergency decelerator. That is still called a brake, my friend. So this is a memory capsule, I do believe, of Alexander. When will it be my turn? Have I not shown restraint? My patience spans centuries. From where I came, mankind is not even wasted a breath. Yet I bow to you. I have done so much for you, and I have gained nothing in return. Agrippa, I trusted you. It was I who, in all fairness, should have entered that gate. So, this is about Agrippa's betrayal. Oh, that gate must be pretty, if everyone wants to enter it. Well, the story is, I think, that Alexander started to work with Agrippa, and ultimately with his student Weyer, whose name I'm still not sure about. and when it came to actually going through the portal, Alexander was tricked and Vader entered it and started to travel throughout the dimensions. And so Alexander is slightly pissed about that. Yeah, I might need that, thank you. And that's another one. Elevator machine instructions. Okay, we will need these later on, not for now. Thank you for the oil, I much appreciate it. But we are still looking for 2 tinder boxes. That was easy. Now all I have to do is get back and get the heck out. We have all 6 tinder boxes and 4 journals and 1 angry shadow after us. But we will not be stopped. Now, the next one is the storage. And that is where we need to go. We have to venture deep into the castle of Brennenburg. And our next area to explore is the storage. Now, oh, this is nice. There was no way for him to know that the young man from the other day cast such a terrible shadow. So this is one of the people whom Daniel visited, and the shadow following Daniel killed pretty much everyone whom he came in contact with. But because the creature is called the Shadow, the developers made this rather nice word choice of how Daniel cast a shadow. So this is the storage, and I think this is the part where things will get interesting, because you see, up until now we could mostly in peace look around for whatever we needed, but now we will have enemies, and that means we will need to somehow position ourselves in such a way that we can pick up all the collectibles but also not get killed. The darkness in the storage feels strange and unnatural. That's fine. So let's look around quickly. Equipment. So there's a staggering amount of tinder boxes in this area. And by that I mean there are 25 tinder boxes in this area. So we'll be here for a while. And I really can't see anything. The 25, yes. There are 25 tinder boxes in this one area, out of the 151 in the entire game. This is where I came from. Okay. This seems empty. And that was my lamp. I will just use up all the oil I have and try to be quick.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Now, let's see. Nothing. I have to check absolutely everywhere. Won't budge. Nothing. Isn't that fun? Now I will have to start using tinder boxes here. At least enough so I can see the general path. Okay, where the heck am I? Okay, so we are at 31 tinder boxes, just as a reminder. Such ow! Why? Why do all of these freaking doors open outwards? Okay. Oh! There's one. That's a 2. Regarding explosive mixture, so this is from Agrippa. About the explosive mixture that we will have to make. Oh! Schmoozer, I found you plenty of bricks. So many bricks just for you. I hope you are happy. We have bricks for days. How many piles would you like? We have 4 at the ready, but I think we can get more. Oh, look at that! I even have a brick. Do I have a brick? I have a brick! Look at it! No, I can throw bricks as well! Isn't that fun? I can't see shit. I can only pay you in cuddles. I think that can be arranged. I can see shit, I can see shit. Not that I want to. Isn't it an interesting expression? When people say that they can see shit, well, do you want to? Most of the time, not really. The valve has rusted shut. Well, of course it did. Problem is, in this area, I do not remember how to really progress. So I have to look all around. Okay, so this is the other side of that same wall, let's call it. And there's nothing here. And we have this place. I think we have a new definition of pitch black. And that's free. We really have to pick up the pace here. Okay, 4. Want the black? Maybe. Isn't that copyrighted? Oh, look at that. That's 5. We have 1/5. Are you hiding something there, huh? Are you? A color name copyrighted? I don't think it's the color's name, it is the color itself that is copyrighted. It is a strange case of copyright, certainly. That's another tinderbox. It's a bit more complicated. I just heard about it. Want to Black is not copyrighted per se. Well, if you know more about it, please do tell. I only heard an artist came up with the paint itself. Want to Black is a pigment formulation for a black paint, which I do believe reflects the least amount of light. Nothing. The artist made a monetary agreement with the company that produces Want to Black, and he has the right to be the only artist that uses it for artistic purposes. Want to Black can be used in non-artistic purposes. Okay, so I guess you can paint your house with it, but only in an ugly way. Which is, to be perfectly honest, still highly questionable. Technically, yes. There are YouTube videos of people painting rooms with what happened with Want to Black to do testing. Yes, and I think in response to this agreement, there was an artist who created a pink pigment. It has some rather simple name, like the pinkest pink or something like that. The pinkest pink, really? It's called that? My memory works every now and then. And it cannot be used. I think he gave permission to everyone to use it for artistic purposes, except the guy who got the rights for the Want to Black. Indeed. So, yeah. Artists are fun people. Now here's the problem. I looked all over this place and I found six tinderboxes. That's not a lot. That's really not a lot, you know. I would be so brave to say that that's outright not enough. Sample did a lot of fun quirky paints, including another blackest black, that Want to Black, and the whitest white, and neon pigments and stuff like that. I'd get some, but they're expensive and I'm no artist. Now here's the thing, I understand that you might not be working with traditional painting, but you are an artist. Your pixel art is absolutely gorgeous. No traditional artist anyway. Yes. Now I can accept that. No, it's not. What do you mean, no, it's not? Of course they stole the freaking torch. Are you kidding? You know what, frick? We're staying in the dark. Yeah, but yeah, I can draw for shit with paper and pencil. Well, you see, that might be because you are trying it the wrong way. You have to try to draw with pencil on paper, not with paper. I'm being a bit too nitpicky, am I not? My pixel art is average. No, it's not. Your pixel your pixel art is brilliant. I really, really like it. I mean, just look at your emoticons. I think you do all of your emoticons, right? Yeah, you are your own artist. Nice job crediting yourself with the emoticons. People forget about that every now and then. I do all of them. Yeah, you created all of your emoticons and they are absolutely gorgeous. I love them. They are little flasks. See, I'm poor. I cannot afford to pay a lot. I do understand that. I more than understand that. I have to be honest, I kind of gave up on commissioning art to a certain degree, because I see more popular, or let's say successful, even though successful is a questionable term here, VTubers who commission so much art. And I understand that it's fun, it's nice to see your design being recreated and drawn in an artist's style, and I certainly would want to commission artists, but it's way too expensive, and not in the way people sometimes misunderstand this. I don't say that the art compared to what you get or its value is overpriced. I say it is expensive in the way that I don't have enough money to pay for it. I wouldn't want to get it for cheaper, I just can't afford it. And commissioning art pieces is a lot. So at this point I kind of just decided I have my overlay, I have some emoticons, I have my model, which is a really nice model, but if you look at what VTuber models can do today, mine is a rather simpler one, and I do like that. But there's so many things you can buy if you're a VTuber. You can have your own stinger, you can have a starting screen, an ending screen, custom overlay, all that, a custom song, jingle, whatever. It gets really expensive really quick, and that's one advice that I heard many times said by many people, that if you're getting into VTubing, don't buy everything, because it's so much money, and if you don't want to do this, it's not worth it. Okay, let me read this quickly. Your emotes look great. Exactly. Oh, thanks, I just feel they are fine though. Most of the time, I feel like that my streams are bordering on adequate and not over them. Same for my art. Your art is great as well, you just don't agree or accept the facts, right? And that's things because you want to be, or want to, but it's like, it's this or food, and I kinda need food. Yes, and that's understandable, and that's why I always say don't feel pressured to spend money on things, because in today's world, companies push hype, because hype, and especially the fear of missing out, things being exclusive and a time limited deal, they make you act quickly, so you don't have the time to think about whether you can or want to afford something. And that's why I always say, just because something is on sale, just because other people are spending their money or doing something, you don't have to. You don't have to go with the trend just because it's the trend. Artists are their own worst critiques, yes, because they know things that no other person would. For example, all the little mistakes you made. At least yours moves. That's true. However, for a long time, I used a PNG tuber, and it's funny enough because watching your streams and how you have many different PNG tuber models kind of reminded me how PNG tubers can be better in certain ways, because you, well, realistically, most people at least, you cannot buy a dozen models just to switch between them. With a PNG tuber model, you can. I'm pretty sure you can get at least 3 or 4 PNG tuber models for the price of a simple Live 2D model, and maybe even more if you want simple ones, like really pixelated ones or a chibi or something simple, and that gives variety. I'm stuck like this, so there is a positive to every style. And actually I once talked to someone and they told me that they wouldn't even want to get a Live 2D model because the PNG tuber model is just simpler to use. But yeah, models nowadays can do so much, and it's expensive fast, yes. Even if they don't really do much, they are expensive. And the tricky part is that you have to be really happy with the design and an idea, because once you have a model, there's a good chance that you just don't want to throw it in the garbage and start over again. So if you have a new idea, well, that's staying in the drawer for a long time, because even just the time that it takes for a model to be created is a lot. So if I have an idea for a model, let's say, I start talking to an artist, I have to wait maybe months for a wait list. If they work with a rigger, great. If not, I also have to wait on that wait list. The model will take months to get created, and then the rigging. So I'm looking at half of a year at least for a model to get from an idea to something that's usable. And maybe that's on the shorter side of the wait, or the wait time. And that's something that caught me off guard originally, because back in 2024, when I was looking into commissioning at least a PNG tuber model, and I tried to see what things are available and what's the difference between a live 2D model, a 3D model, a PNG tuber. I saw some people who said that they are debuting in 2026, and so they are looking for an artist. And I was thinking, what takes 2 years? Well, apparently commissioning something. Oh, welcome in, Timbit here. I'm just rambling about models. But how are you doing? Fudge, I wanted to work on my own overlay. Forgot. Again, you have your own overlay? I'm sure it will look nice. My Be Right Back starting and ending screens are the same. My normal background. With the text. Mine are the same as well. Pretty much. I started with a self-created little pixel cat GIF for my first 2 months. Really? I don't think I ever saw that. I have to find the video. Thank you for lurking, Schmoozer. I hope whatever you are doing will go wonderfully. Oh yes, what about the models? Well, partially how expensive and complex they are, and the ups and downs of PNG tuber models and live 2D models. I can't really say anything about 3D ones, because I never used one. Oof, I feel it. Because I think most people, well, at least the kind of people who stream with a similar mindset as I am, they start with a simple model, with a PNG model, because it's cheaper, and then they try to work their way towards a live 2D model. I feel like for VTubers, a live 2D model is like this enticing dream of sorts, that everyone wants one because it's so nice, it's so pretty, it moves, it's all that. But most cannot afford it at all. And I actually would say not to start with one, because again, you have to really like your model and really have to think about what the heck you want. So yeah, I have used PNG and 3D so far. Actually, you are one of the few people whom I know who uses a 3D model, and it works wonderfully. Live 2D models are very accessible these days. It starts getting crazy expensive once you start wanting crazy customization. I think, well, here's my take on it, and this is purely my opinion. You can get a pre-made live 2D model for much cheaper than a custom one, if you're okay with that. The tricky part is that for me, I always wanted a custom one, because it is true that when you start out, I would say not to buy a live 2D model, get a PNG tuber, and get used to streaming. Learn the programs, learn to talk, which I still can't, have a style, have a game plan of what you want to do, all those things. However, I think it would be a bit hypocritical of me to say that a live 2D model, especially a very nicely made one, is not great marketing, because people kind of associate the fancy, expensive models with corporate VTubers and with high quality content. And if you are trying to carve your little slice of the pie, in a way you have to fight against or try to reach those expectations. And that's why streaming is really difficult, in my opinion, because the corporate and the indie are not separated as much. You just watch it and it's like the expectation is the same, which I don't think many people can live up to, at least financially. Now, with the idea of pre-made live 2D models, it can work again. But if you are trying to stand out, if you are trying to build a brand, you want to have your own thing, your own appearance, so people recognize you. Because otherwise, first of all, you are not the only person who uses that model, so it can get confusing. And especially in the modern day and age, and yes, I am somewhat critical of the modern age. People are just scrolling through shorts on YouTube, right? You make a short. People will not read your name and they will not click on your link to Twitch. They will just see your model, they will hear your voice, and you have to somehow make a 10-second video that is entertaining, which I'm not really good at, because I like long-term storytelling. I like to discuss topics. Not exactly possible in 10 seconds. But if someone sees the same person many times, they will start to recognize the design and maybe after a while know the name. I don't think it necessarily works the other way around. Because of that, if you are building your brand with a pre-made model, I think it will be really difficult to switch, because then your entire look changes. It's like you know an actor and one day they decide that they will go and remake their entire body and you don't recognize them. It's difficult to achieve that in a way that you don't lose a lot of people. In my opinion, a simple PNG tuber to get brand recognition is fine, with the rest being assets, yes. Actually, that's how I see it. Because you are, well, you are not your model, you are represented by your model. And thus, that part is your custom design. People recognize it. It might not be as complicated, it might not be as fancy, it's still you. All the rest can be whatever you want. My overlay is pre-made as well, my previous overlay was as well. And actually I noticed that some people use the same overlays. Actually, once when I was looking for an overlay pack, I found Timber Tears by pure chance, and I was like, that's Timber Tears! Wait, no, this is a pre-made one. Timber Tears using a pre-made one, and it looks so great! So I think that works, because that's not directly tied to the person. But let me actually read the things that I missed. I'd even recommend starting with no model to just test if you like streaming. That's also a good idea. And add on top, put a PNG tuber reactive, very simple stuff, ready to go stuff, not custom, and work towards the customs. Yes. I mean, after a while you can get your custom overlay, your song, your whatever. Your emotes, I think, should be somewhat custom, but then again, an emoticon is much more accessible when it comes to the price. New raid, welcome in! Nakio, welcome in! What were you playing? Oh my goodness! Nakio, you see right there, that's a great example. So that actually those emoticons, the first one is Nakio, that's a custom emoticon with, I do believe, a template, and he's holding a heart. Now, when you want a custom emoticon, I think it's really important that you put something into it that is somewhat your own thing, exclusive to you to a certain degree, and you can see that with Nakio's Booba emoticons, because, well, those are his boobas, and that's kind of exclusive to him. Was playing Digimon Story Cyber Slot? I'm not sure what that is. How is ya? But I'm great. Thank you so much, and thank you for the raid, and also welcome in, raiders. I am the Dreadist, and I am collecting tinderboxes and Amnesia the Dark Descent. Or at least I should be doing that, but instead I am talking to my wonderful viewers, because I much more enjoy that than looking for tinderboxes in the dark. But I hope you are doing wonderfully, and indeed you should hydrate, just like Nakio's emoticon right there. Don't forget about stream aftercare. Is that a real term, or I just made that up based on something that shouldn't be spoken about here? Good question. Whatever, don't forget to hydrate. Thank you for the hydration as well. Now, one of my bad traits or shortcomings is that I don't reply to messages quickly enough. Maybe because I just give too much thought to everything said. So I will go back and read all of the comments. Give me aftercare. Gimme. Nekio. You see, I don't want to generalize aftercare. You see, that is something that should be discussed before playing, not after. I don't know your needs or the specific thing that you've been doing. I mean, yes, you play Digimon, but I don't know this game at all, and so I'm not sure how taxing that was on your body and your mind, what you might need. Generally, I would, let's see, get a blanket, some warm beverage. In your case, I think tea is a good idea. Something sweet, maybe some kind of chocolate. I'm not sure what kind of chocolate you like. And something comforting. What is comforting to Nekio? Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, I know! I need to get that SKA plushie that was just recently released by it's Central Interactive, and that shop that had, I think, the IGN shop. That's where the Expedition 33 merchandise is exclusive, I think. Yes. Aftercare should absolutely be discussed before engaging in activities. Indeed, you see, Timbatir is rather knowledgeable over here. Makes me wonder. But yes, that is not something you should do on the fly. Actually, none of the activities is something that should be done on the fly, except if it's pre-planned and you can log the bathroom on the plane. Then maybe, but be careful. But I like being surprised. Well, of course, but what if you don't like the surprise, you see? We're talking about your well-being. That shouldn't be jeopardized for a surprise. Just make me a cup of tea with honey. Alright, that's reasonable, actually. But you see, here's the problem. That's a risk that gotta be taken, I guess. And the risk is not the only thing that shall be taken, but here's the problem. Are you sure tea with honey is a good idea? It's rather messy and sticky. I think maybe that should be prepared beforehand. Hey yo, what? You never put honey in anything? It just sticks to the whole world. Those bees, they are rather adventurous. What's a little extra messy and sticky in these situations? Yes, but that's the thing. Maybe we have enough sticky things around already. Cleaning up will be a mess. For my throat, it's a good idea. No, I'm not commenting on that. No, I'm not commenting on that. No, I'm not commenting on that. Oh, well, good. Goodness, Nekio. He is a dangerous man, I have to tell you. Let me see, what else do we have here? Teehee. Of course you like that. You old perv. Am I? Yes. Not the old part. You're rather young. But how was the game? Let's try to focus on something more PG. Though, to be honest, who am I kidding? This is an 18+ stream. And to be honest, we all know that Digimon has quite an expensive library of fan art. I was more asking if I am a dangerous person, but I guess that too. Oh yes, you are definitely a dangerous person. Well, sometimes you are dangerous to yourself whenever there is a slight chance of falling. Otherwise, you are dangerous to others. in many different ways. For example, in Repo, I many times got murdered right next to you, while you survived. So I think that means you are dangerous, just in non-direct ways. It was good, just started, didn't go far because I'm recovering, but I enjoyed the game, played it once, but can't remember much. Also, it's an older one. You're recovering? From what? What happened? What have you done? And why haven't you told me? Come on, give me the details. Give me the juicy details. You didn't know I'm a bit sick? Yes, I knew that you were a bit sick. I think again. I wished you a good recovery on Discord. Yes, but I didn't know what you mean by recovering. You can recover from many things. From sickness, from exhaustion, from a really wild night, from a really wild day. I really do like that emoticon, however. That is so French, because the A and the E right there, they have the accents, and the English alphabet does not contain those. I had a sore throat and a cough and sneezing killing me, making me feel really sick, but oh, got better. That's great. That's great. It's really important to get yourself some warm, nice tea. In that case, the honey is certainly a good idea. Get your throat all better. It's really important to keep that part healthy. I have to run, but good luck with not going insane in the dark. I believe in you. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining. Whatever you have to do, I hope it will go wonderfully. Throat isn't perfect and nose either, but almost there. Well, it takes a bit of time, certainly. Also, I'm not sure how long you've been sick or what you meant by again. Or at least I think I read that you are sick again. You have to be more careful not to catch a cold. Oh, so that's the trigger. Well, fuck. Okay, we have 2 and the storage. About the emote, by the way, normally it's... Oh, it's 2 E's. Or... Oh, but I changed it to... because it looks funnier and kinder. Such subtle detail. But you are kind, so that is a fitting emoticon. But again, because I'm old, most likely, I do prefer the emoticons made out of simple, sometimes special characters, not the drawn kind. As much as I appreciate the art of custom emoticons, yes, in text, I think these just look nicer. Oh, again, because I got sick like a month ago? Same thing. What are you doing? What are you doing that you get sick the same way 2 months in a row? I think that means you are doing something that maybe you shouldn't be doing. Are you being too hard on yourself? Are you exhausting yourself? Are you going out in the cold? Not dressing up properly? Is that it? Did you go out in the rain again? With the doggo and got drenched? I don't know. That's why I try to figure it out. There has to be an explanation. It won't budge. No, I do have a hand drill. Not sure if that will be any use. No object to use it on, okay. This time it's mostly because of the sneezing. I started sneezing like 3 days ago for 2 days and that killed me mostly. Sneezing killed you? Sneezing is my worst enemy. Good to know. Never would have guessed. I feel sick after sneezing a few times. Maybe because you are so muscular that she sneezed too hard. But to be honest, imagining you with a really cute sneeze is kind of a nice idea. Yeah, I do like that. Okay, I think I've been here before. Yeah, I've been here before. Here as well. No, not here. Not here before. Okay. That actually reminds me, I don't think I ever heard Nakio sneeze. It's like I have a bad cold, and I'm just sneezing like a You do what? You sneeze like a what? What kind of a comparison is that? I don't have a cute sneeze, I have a grandma loud sneeze. What I find most interesting about that is that you didn't say that you have the grandpa loud sneeze. You have the grandma loud sneeze. Is that worse? Is that louder? And that's 10. And that's 11. Got a sleigh, you know. Oh, I see. With your grandma sneeze. How well is that going? Just for research purposes. Being a monster stuck in a different realm, I'm not really good at this whole dating thing. I was considering getting a dating couch. Not sure if you are available. Okay, so we are at 11 Tinder boxes. And I think I should read the note about the explosive mixture now. Grandma sneeze is like you sneeze extra loud, break some ears, and then, with a drooling nose, you just pose there and proceed to walk like on a runway. Ooh, that's rather specific. And it certainly gets the attention, I guess, of everyone in a mile radius. Let me see. I have prepared the explosives you need for cleaning the flood drain. I can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try to tell your feather-brained servants this before you go ahead with your plans. The liquids are not by themselves explosive and should be kept separated to avoid further mishaps. I have arranged 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you need to do is to mix the liquids and you are ready to go. Okay, so we know what we need to do. What's Dreadist cute sneeze like, huh? I don't sneeze that often, actually. And I don't actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if I sneezed on stream or not. There are many streamers who mute their mics when they stream and need to sneeze. I try to avoid that because it carries the risk of forgetting to unmute yourself. And that's not good. Let me look around one more time because I think this area ends with a chase sequence. I mute mine when I sneeze because it's too loud. I want to hear it. Maybe you could turn it into a redeem. What you think? A few thousand points for a sneeze?
Getting closer somehow.
Yes, yes, Daniel, you are. Okay. I really don't want to miss something here, because if I can't return to this part later, I will be rather pissed. I'd rather turn my moan into a redeem at that point. You have a moan? You have my attention. How much? Now, as we know, the tinderboxes have physics. So if I'm not careful with these items, I might bury them under them. Who doesn't moan? I have a rather simple answer to that. Those who don't have a reason to. The question is more like, can you make me? But that's exactly why I asked how many points. But you didn't answer. Okay, barrels, wall, darkness, more barrel. Okay, let's... Don't even ask how the freak I missed this. I'm just rather worried that I miss one or miss noting down. No, that would be before the redeem. I had to record it, you know. Oh no, no, you misunderstand me. I didn't mean that you have a pre-recorded. Oh my goodness, those developers. Just a moment. I'm getting pissed. You son of a... Thank you. So I didn't mean that you have a pre-recorded moan and you just play that. That's too easy. No, you do it live. Oh, you know what I mean, exactly. So every time someone redeems it, you can just include it in whatever you are talking about, like just a random moan. That would be way too amusing to me. That would be a redeem I'd like to abuse. Moaning live every time, exactly. Just to keep it authentic, right? You wouldn't want to fake it. need a I need a vibrating butt plug for that. Well, you see, there is this company who happens to manufacture those, and I heard they can be synced up to redeems, except not on this website. Or maybe, yes, who knows? I'm not sure about the TOS anymore. Bad Dragon? No, not Bad Dragon, you bad king. No. Bad Dragon just makes certain collectible items in the shape of different creatures' body parts. And yes, how many they are? I consider them to be a collectible item. I'm a VTuber. If I don't say, they don't know. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, that's a bad sign. Ooh, here we go. Okay, I already been here. Dready eggs, bad dragon collab. They're a monster after all. So why the fuck do I need a bad dragon?
So cold.
Wait, there's something underneath there. I can see that. How do I get there? I don't think I can. You see, as much as that sounds like an absolutely crazed idea, in certain ways I might even consider it. But I don't think I would get such a sponsorship. You don't? They do one. Of yours. Okay, I did not see that coming. Yeah, I don't think they would do that sponsorship. If I ever get that popular, well, hit me up, dear company, hit me up. Let's see, nothing. Poor Dragon VTubers, all the shit they might get for that name. We need to make it popular one day, just for that reason. Yes, but I do think I would need to switch genres for that. Again, that's something I could do here. But then again, who says that I would only be here? Nothing, more nothing, even more nothing. Oh, what's that? Huh, nothing. And nothing. Fuck all. Why are there so many boxes here? Okay, I think we're done with this room. We're pretty much done with everything here. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that I got everything. Because, let's be honest, I missed things before, but this is the tricky part, because I don't know if I missed something and I double check everything, but then again I might have gotten everything, and in that case, what am I looking for? Don't need to use it. How generous of you. Just have it as a thing you'd sell. And would you be the first customer? How many things you gotta find? Oh, not many. 151. Oh, what's that? Oh, blood. Machine parts, great. Oh, that's the one. Why would I be a customer? I don't need a fake one when I can ask the real. We both know you would never ask for the real. I mean, oh, a blue bird. Thank you. I know that I'm really old, and as the youths would say, I'm not exactly in the loop, but Twitter is gone. Like, it's been gone for years now. It's called X, and there is no blue bird. Like, at all. Let's look at the blue bird. There is no blue bird. Poor thing is so embarrassed right around now. How do I put things together again? I need to combine things. Not that blue bird. The one in the sky right now. Work with me, come on! Okay. Wow. It's a blue bird. It's so blue. Wait, isn't the sky blue as well? How do I see the bird? It's a blue bird on a blue background. My eyes are not sharp enough for that. But wow, it's a bird. How the heck do you combine things? I completely forgot. Don't you live in a dark forest or something? Yes, I live in a forest and it's always night. And I don't think there are many birds here. Okay, I'm slightly confused about how I do this, but we'll figure it out. Do you have night vision? I see better in the dark than people, yes, but I don't see that clearly. Okay, so here we are. This bloody thing is rusted. No use, the valve has rusted shut. That's why I need to drill this lovely thing. Cannot use this item. Yes, I cannot use it because I have to put the drill together first. That's what I'm trying to do. I just forgot how to. Okay, let's try X. What was that? I'm supposed to be alone here. The monster is not out. I mean, I'm the monster, but the other one, it's not really a monster, it's just a creature. Whatever, you know what I mean. Not the Wilhelm, exactly when I come back. Oh, so it was you who scared them. Ah, I see. You have that reaction too? Lovely. Oh, my oil is out. Lovely as well. Okay, how do you combine things? Oh, you have to press down long. Okay. According to Google, you drag the item to combine. Thank you for checking it. Yes, on PC you can do that. Here it's a bit tricky. You have to select the item with the cross button and then proceed to move it onto the next item, and actually all three of them just kind of magically combined. I didn't even have to get the third one. Google lying. Well, on PC not exactly, and to be honest, this game did not release on any console originally. But before I forget, I want to go back and reply to the things that were said. About the models. Live 2D can be done entirely free as long as you're not looking for something very specific. That's true, but again, branding. Alright, gonna lurk for a bit, gotta call bad I mean, get some tea, that's a good idea. Some more tea? Okay, not suspicious. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but you should also be conscious of your finances, and getting a crazy custom model is an investment. Take care of yourself first. That's a really good point, actually, you're right. That's a really good point, because I think some people actually mentioned it once, that a live 2D model these days is as expensive as your monthly rent in an apartment, and as such it should be considered with the same seriousness, which is a good point. No, it's also a good word you chose there with investment, because it is. If you look at streaming as a business opportunity, you can say that you invest a certain amount of money into assets and models and all that, and you will make that back somehow. Just be aware that there's a good chance you will not make it back. A vessel is needed for the liquid. Of course a vessel is needed for the liquid. Exactly, if you're just starting, free is the way to go, and there are so many options these days, yes. And yes, it is picked up partially filled pot. It is a tough choice between getting the fancy things or just being reasonable. Because yes, those models look really nice. Free use or cheap assets? Exactly. There are many, actually there are so many pre-made assets and sets, and it's amazing how cheap they are compared to something custom. And I agree a lot with the idea of building towards everything being custom, because as you rightly actually mentioned, their stream layout is custom, but it's the same for every or many screens or scenes, and that makes sense in the beginning. And then even if you create it yourself, you don't have to make everything and start with it all. You can just start, have one, and then create another one and add another one. And even though I didn't make my assets, I followed the same route with let's have something simple and then build upon that. It took me months to get my stream bot or chat bot working properly. Also, I didn't have a schedule for a long time, or schedule graphics. You won't confuse anyone if the background one day changes to your custom dream one. Yes. Yes. Don't have that money yet for custom art because that stuff is expensive, yes. Why would you call a dragon bad? Dragons are good and friend-shaped. Yes, I think Nekio was talking about different kind of bad dragon. Not like dragons who are bad as in behaving badly or being evil, but actually being rather good at something. Actually, this is also a really good point from you, right? But emotes are only available when affiliates, so it's not something for day one. And that's true. That's really clever there. And actually that's why in the beginning I didn't even care about emotes, because I knew that wasn't something for me. So when I got affiliate, I didn't have any. Almost. And there's a lot of viewer character here, which makes emotes cheaper. Exactly. Oh, you went to walk the doggo. Oh. Well, thank you for lurking in the meantime, and I hope your walk was fun. You said it's already dark. Do you like walking out in the evening? It's, in my opinion, really relaxing. I'm confused. If they are good at something, why are they bad? Are they criminals? How could I explain this? So there is this trope in media that how could I explain this? That there are the good guys and then there's the villains, but there are those who are not necessarily bad, but they are a bit troublesome, but they are rather attractive, and so they are called the bad guys, right? Like when someone is described as a bad boy. Yeah, the misunderstood ones. I'm not sure if I'm explaining this correctly. And the problem is I really don't know if Urite knows what a bad dragon is. But I'm more than sure they actually know. Because no one is innocent on the internet. But then again, there's the chance. But let's say that bad dragons are good at being bad, and bad is a synonym for naughty. Now we have to blow this up. So I will hit that. Oh, naughty. Yes. Maybe that's the word I needed. Wow. My aim is impeccable. Okay, let's try it again. Like this. Yeah, that's it. Oh no. Oh, what now? Because I think we will have actually a creature here lurking around, so this will be ever so fun. But that doesn't change much, we have to look around. Haha, there's something there. How would you look at that? 3 tinder boxes, I mean 2. But they are for free, so they are free tinder boxes. Okay, nothing here. Anything at the bottom? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I just walked right into something. Oh, I see you. Okay, so that's 17. Not bad. Not bad. We are getting close to our goal. Is this a dead? There's no way this is a dead end. Okay, let's look around for any other door. No other door.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
You know, these memories are rather terrible. And I know that the developers included the sobbing in the background to get people uncomfortable. But for me it's rather soothing. I don't think they created this game for a monster. Yeah, most likely they didn't. Okay, nothing here. Let's look around here. Okay, found the core. Nothing here. What's that? Rug. Another. Why do you have so many rugs? Okay, another. Okay. It's not bad, not bad. No. No. Oh, what's that? Oil. Not what I need. Well, let me rephrase that. Not what I want, but maybe what I need. I love that there might be a gatherer behind me, but I so don't give a shit. I just try to look for whatever I can find. Okay, so we have this middle part again. Bread. Boxes. I know how these developers love the boxes. They put all kinds of things behind their boxes. Come on. Nothing. 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 Anything here in the middle? Oh. There's something. Oops. That's a candle. All this darn bread in the way. Get out of my way. I don't even know what I'm throwing down at this point. Okay, that's another one. 19. Okay. 6 missing. We can do this. Alright, let's see this corner. Anything on this? No. What's that? Barrel. Barrel. Why are there so many darn barrels here? Freaking alcoholics. Oh, see you. That's 20. Okay. Just 5 missing. And there's still plenty of room, or rather rooms, to explore. Please stop the sobbing, I'm getting the wrong ideas. Alright. Anything here? No. Okay. Let's move all this junk out of the way. This is why I didn't even attempt to look for the collectibles without knowing how many there are. Because even like this, I am so uncertain about whether or not I'm finding everything. But I mean, I look all over the place, but it's really dark in here. And if I miss something, well, good fucking luck to me. Okay, 1. That's 21. We are looking for 25. I don't think I found the second note, which... Did I find the second note and I was just an idiot and didn't write it down? Perhaps. Entirely plausible. Okay, anything underneath there? In between the half pigs. They have physics! I don't know why that makes me happy, but it does. I'm building a castle wall out of barrels. Oh, no. No, you're not doing that. I just have to put this in between. Come back. Maybe I should do this from the side that is not in darknet. No, you're not doing that. Come, no. Be a bit more cooperative, okay? Come on. There you go. Much better. Get the oil. No! Oh, you little... No! I'm not giving up. I'm building my little corner castle here. And it will be gorgeous. Nah. Honestly, I have to say I'm surprised that I built this much, given that most of the time I don't see anything, let alone where I'm placing the item. Look at it, it's perfect! I'm sure it will protect me from whatever is soon to ambush me in the dark. As I mentioned, shouldn't have opened that fucking thing. And again, there's no manual save, so I can't just load back. The only thing maybe I can do is die. But I'm sure behind that door there's something. Exactly, a creature that wants to chase me down and maul me up and possibly eat me. I'm not sure about that last part. But yes, there is something behind that door as well. Of course there is. No, he wants a... certainly he wants a hug. I mean, I can kind of understand that. I want to hug every now and then as well. There goes the door. But the world is cold and uncaring. Sure is. Now you're not coming over here. That's the entrance of my little castle. I have no clue where he is. Or she. I don't want to assume genders. But they certainly noticed me quickly.
Is anyone there?
Really? Really, Daniel? You ask that? Yes, there fucking is. So they're going back and forth? Really? How the fuck will I get there? What's wrong with you? Are you choking? Or maybe he's asking for help. I have no clue where the fuck he is. I think he saw me. Hopefully he didn't. Where the fuck is he? Okay, I really hope he's not in here. Maybe he's just not ready for your visit. Oh, yeah, maybe. It's always so annoying when you are just trying to have a calm day and all of a sudden someone just arrives. Oh, they put that up there. Of course they freaking did. Okay, that's 2. That's 3. We're only missing 2 of them. In theory. Scratch that. 1. 1 tinderbox is missing out of the 25 in this area, and I can get the holy fuck out of here. And they dared to hide 3 of them in here. In a room that you would definitely not want to come into. So yes, you're right, you were absolutely correct about something being here. And not just moldy bread. Okay, I think I looked around. There's one more room. There. Did this creature just disappear all to fucking gather? Sorry. Oh, come on, stabbing, really? You're wasting a perfectly good victim there. Who did that? Okay, so slight problem. I have absolutely no freaking clue where I am or where I'm going. Is this where I came from? I don't think this is where I came from. I'm not even sure why I'm here. I guess we're lighting this one as well. Sure hope there isn't a creature around who wants to kill me. That would be... Okay, that slightly got me. Okay, those are some big gears. Fun fact, for a long time I thought cog is a synonym for a gear. Turns out I was gravely mistaken, because a cog is just one teeth on a teethed gear like this. Yep, I'm not doing anything with that because I think it would burn me. And I really freaking hope the last thing that I'm looking for is in here, because if not, I'm in deep shit. Don't do this with me, game. Don't you fucking dare. It's here, isn't it? You just want me to be worried or concerned or all of those things. Of course it fucking is here, hidden in the corner. Oh, those pesky developers. We got all 25. Great. The sweet relief of who the fuck knows what is going to happen. In case of a missing rod, yes, that's number 2. Okay. Alright, the creature will come here and I do believe look around for a bit, so we are going to wait here while I'm adding up some numbers. So last time we were here in the back hall. Now we did the guest room, that's 2, the study, that's 6, that's an 8. And also the 25 in the storage area, that is 25 plus 8, that's 33, right? So if we add 33 to the 47 we already had, then we will get a nice and round 80. Is that correct? Yes, we have 80 tinder boxes now. Actually 34 of them on us. That means that we are doing decently. Now I think our dear creature is going back and forth, and we will have to trail him a bit. So let's do this so we can see when he arrives or leaves. And in the meantime, let's celebrate, because we have more than half of the tinder boxes, and that's a lovely thing. Come on. Okay. I can hear his ragged breathing. That's always a good sign. Well, maybe not good, but it's a sign that he is nearby. I can't look at him much because, you know, Daniel's sanity is ever so fragile. So I will just go sideways. And hope that I don't bump into him. Now he's going on the left side, which means we're going on the right. Now last time around, I know that I got murdered here. So let's not do that again. I'm not sure how I managed to do that, but I did. Let's not question it. Ow, fucking... How? Okay, I still have my tinder boxes, hopefully. This won't budge. And apparently I can't run fast enough to get out of here? No, I can't. That's rather odd. Darkness can act as cover, so I guess the idea is that you don't just run here, but sneak around him somehow. But it's still closed. Buddy, where are you? You kidding me? Now he's behind. Oh, so that's how I survived previously. So if you die, there's a chance that the creature will just spawn behind you and problem solved. I don't know how I survived that, but I'm not questioning it. So indeed, the strategy of dying can work. And what I mean by that is, in the guide it was mentioned that sometimes it can be useful to die. Yes, it sounds silly. If the creature or any enemies are in a location where you need to find an item.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shame will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Herbert at least had some humor. At least a sense of humor. So in the guide it was mentioned that if the enemies are in an old location and you can't get to a tinderbox or a note or something like that, then you can try getting yourself killed, because then they will get respawned and maybe you will be able to get to where you want to go, which is in a way sound strategy somewhat. It is weird that dying is useful, but it's a game, so it's better here than in real life. I still don't know where the dead body came from. I know that's part of the shadow, and I mean, if the blood gets into the water or whatever it is, then the fountain will also spew that. The only thing I can agree with is, well, if I'm dying, I would like to lay face down in a nice pair of ties as well, so hey, it's not that terrible, I guess. Oh, look at that, the blood actually runs in those seams. How nice. So we're done with this. Next part is the machine room with 5 and 4. I think we are safe here, and we are also safe in the machine room. Oh, it's locked. Oh, do I have the key? Yes, that's the key we found in the study, I think, or the guest room. I think it was the guest room. Now let's see if we can quickly find these and solve the puzzles. I think the answer will be yes, because this part is rather straightforward, and To be honest, I do like these puzzle sequences in the game. Yes, they are not as scary.
5th of July, 1839. Today I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
I absolutely love that they say that a fortnight has passed. 14 days. So as I was saying, I really like these puzzle parts. That's 1 and that's a 2 actually. And we are looking for 5. Daniel, don't go mad, please. You're safe-ish. And apparently Professor Taylor was indeed the professor whom he met in the university, or at the university. The only part that apparently I got confused about a bit is that Daniel was sneaking into Herbert's office. He didn't get access to it. What? Come on! No one should be here. At least die quietly. Poor Daniel's nerves are already flayed. He sees a butterfly and goes mad at this point. And I'm not even that far into the game. Okay, that's 2. You're back! Welcome back, Nekio. So we have 4 already in the machine room. Great. And that's a paper. Machine equipment memo. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. Indeed. So if you come here first, well, you first have to go to the guest room, find the key, and visit the machine room. Now why would you want that? Because you want to get to the elevator, and if you try to use the elevator, Daniel learns that it's not working, so he has to go to the machine room, but the door of the machine room is locked. So once you come here, you learn that you need spare rods. 2 you find in the storage, which I just came back from, and 1 in the study rooms, the inner study rooms actually, where I was, and that was the part that I could only reach because of the rocks by going outside and jumping across the windows. That was fun and not at all dangerous. So yes, we have all 3 of the rods. Because apparently, to move an elevator, you need 3 rods. Now we are looking for 1 more tinderbox here. And 2 additional pages. Now why the pages are important? Because somehow I managed to miss 2 in my original playthrough.
1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle." Signed, Alexander. What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Dreading, you say? I do like that. Finally, I'm getting my deserved recognition. Did you find all the things that look like rotten chicken legs? I'm looking for tinderboxes. They are little cylindrical boxes. Oh, the EP druggies. Yes, the EP druggies. I hope the dragon was good. I guess. Oh goodness. Yes, I'm sure that Nekio had a great time with his dragon. Yeah. Is there anything I can light on fire here? Because I can't see anything. I'm kind of getting used to it. The tea, you mean? Yes, the tea. Of course, the tea. Oh, we all need a tea. Alright. I'm looking for one more tinderbox, I think. And I have to solve 2 puzzles. Tea was amazingly delicious. That's nice to hear. We have one more room here, so let's check here as well. No, just shovels. Oh, there's a tinderbox. That's a 5, brings us up to 85. I will be honest, I was hoping to get to 2/3 of the tinderboxes today. I'm still missing 15 to reach that. But hey, it takes time, and that's alright. Now then, I do believe that indeed I'm missing the haunted 3 out of 3 diary, wherever the heck that is. Now, let's slide this and let's see what we have. Alright, this is the flow. As you can see, Latin is really generous with letters. So we have a square, a triangle, and a circle. And we have 3 rods. This is a flow cycle rod, a machine part made out of wood and metal. We have 3 of them. This is the 4-phase amplitude rod. This is the flow cycle rod, and this is the Trinity steam rod. Subtle naming, but I do like it. So this is the 4-phase, meaning the 4-sided. That would be the square. Is there a bit of gap next to that rod? You know, a bit of wiggle room is never bad. Oh, is this one of those? The shape into the square hole, even if it's not the same shape. Well, you see here we have rods, and they're kind of the same. So I could pick this up, and I think I could put it anywhere. You know the TikTok? I think... Well, I know one where someone is fitting the same shape into... Well, they are actually fitting every shape into the same hole because it fits. Milk tea with sugar should be honey but lazy. Yeah, delicious. So yeah, I mean I could fit these rods wherever I want, you see. It's kind of a one size fits all. The stitch with the woman almost crying reacting to it is iconic. Yes, I did see that one. Because in the beginning you have hope in mankind, in the ability to fit the same shapes into the same shaped holes. But after a while you kind of realize that most of humanity just wants to brute force their way through everything. Yeah. Now, let's see, this is the Trinity. And this is the flow cycle or circle, I'm assuming. All rods in place. Lovely. We just all wanna be gay. How did you come to that conclusion, dear Nekio? I don't, I already am. Wow. That's a comeback. It's like, haha, I got you already. Okay, can want to be gay. Oh goodness, what's this? There's a puzzle here as well, and I completely forgot about it. Oh, that's a shame. That's called New Gay Plus. Oh goodness. That was clever. Okay, I need a light source around here, thank you. It's interesting all these lights are hung on the pipe. I ate a clown today. Nice one, to be honest. It is a nice one. Let me try to use my brains. No, this is not one. Machine equipment memo. No, this is not it either. Elevator machine instructions. Yeah, that was the one. Wait, what? Oh, this is another one that... Oh, I think this was the one in the storage room. So this one mentions that there's one in the study rooms as well, in case you go there first, which is nice. So there's always something that gives you a clue where to progress. But I need the instructions. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity 4-phase complete steam flow cycle. They were not in this order. Note that the machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Great. Oh, look at that. That's a proud little beaker. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chambers. The meters should read up 8, down 8. Okay, so we have to make this all add up to 8. So here's the thing. We have some 5s, but 5 is a lot compared to 8. So we have 6 rods or levers here. If I choose a 5, let's say, thank you game, let's say here, then I cannot make the top sum up to 8 because there are 5 other rods that can't add up to 8 even if they are all 1s. But on this side we have a 6, which is even worse. So I'm somewhat confused. Let me read this again. Not the explosive mixture. Up 8 and down 8. Now that's interesting, because this is 6. That is 5. If I just walk into them, they already move. They have physics. Nice. Okay, so we have 5 there. Okay, let's try to work with that 5, because it's definitely better than 6. How can I make that into 8? Oh, I know. I overlooked something. So, indeed, 5 and 6 is a lot compared to 5, right? That was my problem. However, here's the thing. My logic was that if one of them is 5 and each of the other ones, the other 5, is 1, which is the lowest number, that still adds up to 10, which goes over the 8 we want. However, some of them will be switched up while some of them will be switched down, so we don't need all of them. However, I still think that we should prioritize the smaller numbers. Now in this case, this is tricky because we have 2 5s here, and if I don't want a 5 on the lower row, I'm already going over here. So let's try to do it like this maybe. In this case we have 9 and this is 10. Right, this is 10 on the lower row and 8 on the upper. Now I can change this, right? This loses a 5 or subtracts a 5 from the bottom row. Let's switch it to this one. So the bottom row is still 10, but the upper row now is not 8 but 6, meaning we can add 2, and we have this lovely lever 2 2 both up and down, so that will make 6 plus 2 on the top row and 10 minus 2 on the bottom. And that was a bit of mathematical magic. And I'm still missing a node. Node, where are you? How the heck am I missing a node? I mean, I am aware that I missed nodes before, but holy hell. The scariest part of this game, Matt.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
All those nice descriptions. But actually I do like Matt quite a lot. I know. Weird. I'm not good at it, but I do like messing around with it a bit. Okay, so I already inserted my rods over here, all 3 of them. And now I just have to work my magic here. Where's the lamp? Lamp? There it is. Is there another one? Because I really can't see anything. Thank you. So this requires a few gears. There are missing cogwheels to be fitted. And let's look around for some cogwheels. I think they are all in this area, so we don't have to go far. Okay, so here's one. I'm not necessarily sure how this will work, but okay, that goes there apparently. Not much is left to the imagination or the intellect of the player. The developers wanted to be sure. And they knew players cannot be trusted. Not even with the simplest of tasks. If they can break something, they will break it. That's why, at least that is my theory, modern game development moved from hiring testers to just holding pre-alpha or pre-beta releases and demos, or the entire idea of early access, because then you have a bunch of people playing your game and they will break everything. Things that you couldn't even imagine is possible. You would never think that you could fly out of the map if you stacked a certain amount of items on top of each other, because who would try to do that? Well, guess what? Someone will. And apparently no, all the cogs are not in that area. One is in each room. Where is it? I know you're here. Stop hiding. I'm not like those gatherers. I will find you later or sooner. Okay. Okay, maybe I'm just being silly. I'm sure it's right in front of me. It's right in my face. I just missed it. Of course I just fucking missed it. You see, and that's how you can cheap out on carrying heavy items and just let gravity assist you. Be careful not to dent it. Ah, it's old enough. It is made out of pretty strong materials. The machinery needs more work before it will run. Well, work! Darn it! Oh, you mean I have to put something into the furnace? Okay. Well, open up! Alright, nah. We take some coal. Everything is wrong around here. I shouldn't be doing all this. Sometimes you miss the hole, that's alright. It happens to the best of us. Oh, there's one. Okay, nah, let's find another piece of coal. Coal, where are you? There you are. Let's try to throw this in there. Whoa. Line it up. And that's why I don't play basketball. Oh, come on, that was in. There we go. Let's see. There's one. Come on. I can't see. It's dark. Okay? It's dark here. You're going in there. You want it or not. The burner is full of coal. I actually tested this in my first playthrough. If you put more coal into it, they will just disappear. Oh, look at that. Some nice coal burning. And that's the machinery. How this works and why solving this puzzle rewards you with such triumphant music, I'm not sure, but I take it as a victory. I also love that Daniel's sanity is is affected by the darkness, by seeing terrible things, including the creatures around here. However, the two things that actually have a positive effect on his sanity are seeing light and solving puzzles. Because if you are able to solve a puzzle, you become so happy you don't even care about dying anymore. Isn't that nice? So let's close this because safety is our #1 priority. And pull the lever, and let's not forget, yes, we got everything. Now the next part is Prison South and then Prison North. Not sure if I will be able to get through that much. No, I want to leave! Frick. I have to say these old school elevators are rather dangerous. Because the gate is actually not part of the elevator. Uh-oh. Oh, I know what I forgot about. Checking the brakes! Thank you for the hydrate. It is a good idea to hydrate every now and then, especially if you shattered both of your legs. You know, you have to combat the blood loss one way or another. Oh, my bad. You redeemed Muzz the hair, not Muzz the hood. Fair enough. That's nice. So what are you up to, schmoozer? For a second I thought you will say it's good to hydrate, especially when you are schmoozer. That's also true. I see that you are getting the gist of it. I'm happy. I did some creative stuff. That's great. That is wonderful. A nice head massage. Some pained wailing in the background. Can this get any better? Nah. Let's get back to our job here. I'm not sure if I know where I am.
Come, this way. What was that? Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a Baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Except you don't have guards or anything like that. But hey, it's a story that can work. Dread. I'm sorry, I think I still had paint on my hand. Alright, what color? What color was it? Please don't be pink. Well, you have some purple in your hair. Looks good on you. Well, I do like purple. Not me, but someone likes purple, so that's alright. Oop. Yeah, it looks good. It's someone's favorite color. Ah, come on. Ow! Am I stuck or am I not? I'm not sure. Where did this come from? Oh, there. Makes sense. Okay. So I'm not sure what area I'm in because there was no loading screen. Or well, not loading screen exactly, but I didn't interact with the door telling me the name of the area I'm entering. So I'm kind of in the dark about my location right now. Literally and figuratively as well. But this does seem like a prison. Now you see, maybe you don't want to if it can't see me, it can't hurt me. Not necessarily, because if I see it, poor Daniel will go mad. But hey, I'm sure that didn't affect Daniel's psyche in a bad way at all. So if this is the prison, then I should find at least one tinderbox. If I find at least one tinderbox, then where the fuck is the door? Huh. Broken off of its hinges. Well, fuck. Yep, we have one tinderbox. That means we are indeed in the South Prison. So we are looking for 6 tinderboxes and no notes. Kind of a relief. Oh wait! Shut up! Oh my kinder, look at you. Oh, you are so thin. Are you malnourished here? You are trying to munch on those skinny prisoners, right? A rat, indeed. My kin. My lovely, lovely kin. I like them. Each and every one of them. Oh, there's the door. Wonder why it flew across the corridor, but none of my business, right? So we already have 2 of the tinder boxes. Slight problem is I don't know where the creature is, or where I am, or where are we related to each other. I mean relative to each other. We are not related at all. This creature was created by some poison, and I'm a real monster. They are just pretenders. Most of them in horror games are, actually. Okay, I guess that means I should go this way. At least I'm assuming. Oh, the rattling of chains. Love this place, love this place. If only I had a castle like this. Well, the heating would be a bitch. But I could use a dungeon. Yes, I am hiding right next to a candle. What of it? This is not Amnesia Rebirth, I can snuff it out. That feature wasn't added back then. Look, Daniel, I understand that you are afraid and all that, but I've been actually using my lamp quite a lot. I've been wasting a large amount of goodness. A large amount of oil, and this blur is dizzying. I understand that you are scared shitless, which actually doesn't make sense. Because if you're really scared, you are certainly not shitless, but let's not get into the details there. Okay, that's oil, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, Daniel, come on, there's no puzzle around here, there's no light source. Calm the fuck down. Okay, this is closed, this will be our puzzle. That's a problem, I found 2 holding cells and there's nothing in there. I only found 2 tinder boxes. And based on the fact that I'm looking at my notes, I might actually walk right into the creature. Yeah, that would be funny, isn't it? Isn't it a great idea to do just that? What are these? Okay, I go to the kitchen first because this is just wait, this isn't the kitchen. Well, fuck. I thought this would be the kitchen. Apparently this isn't the kitchen. Ow! Son of a... How many more times will I hit myself over the face with them?
Where is she? Where did she go?
No, I won't tell. I'll never tell you.
You're just making things worse. Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse. There's no telling what horrors await down there.
I still find it rather intriguing how Alexander's approach changes so quickly, because I think this is a memory from the time when a little girl escaped from one of the holding cells, and at first you can hear that he is rather annoyed and angry, but then he quickly changes his approach and tries to make it seem like he wants the best for the girl and says that this is a dangerous place and well, he's trying to save him or her, which is complete and utter nonsense. But in that emotional state, it might work as a not so subtle way of manipulation. And hey, Alexander is certainly good at getting people to do his bidding. Nah, Alexander is like that. Daniel, not so. Daniel is just... well, he's Daniel. Okay, finally. Now I'm not seeing double or triple. I thought this would be the room with the hole. Apparently not. That's fine. It's locked. No trouble. Actually, you know what? Let me light this so I know that is where I need to go back to. Or return to. I love how I'm just assuming that it's safe in a holding cell, and so I just casually back right into them. Ooh, oil. Oh shit. Oh shit. Twice. No one's here. Wow, really? That worked? You just broke down the door and fucked off. I mean, I can't say that I'm not happy, but also, that's ridiculous. What did that poor door do? Okay, we have another. In the box. Now what is this way? Ah, great. So many fucking passageways. What the fuck was that? Was that a sigh of relief or a breeze of terror? Okay, so I think the... Stop dripping on me. Rude. Okay, now I'm completely fucking lost. So I have a feeling that here we have... Not what I... anticipated? Give me that. I need it. Okay, so I think that was the shadow creeping in. Okay, so apparently this is not the place that I thought it would be. Fine. Okay, here we have one place. And then here We have another. Not going that way, understood. Oh wait, so this is actually where I went originally, indeed. I just turned around. Is someone after me or not? Come on, Daniel. Keep it together. This is a really bad spot. Do I have a panic attack? What spot is good for a panic attack is another kind of question. Also, I like that we hear all of the screaming around. But who's screaming? Because honestly, I don't think anyone is alive here. At least that's what I think.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, child. You must go. Find Gabriel, the Outrider, and tell him to alert the King's men.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the hole any wider.
But
Someone is coming. Hurry! I'll cover the hole with a bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
So this is how she escaped. And do I have anything to... Oh, great. Okay, now calm down, Daniel. So why I find the screaming a bit odd is, yes, it is true that the sounds of the past echo in the hallways of the castle, much like how we could hear the dogs in an earlier area, even though by the time we arrive there they are long dead. But in this case we hear the creature breaking down doors and all that, and we hear screaming, but there's no one here. We find no bodies. So maybe all those screams once again echo from a time past. That could be it. However, I find it slightly odd that the creature is still here. So was the door broken now or in the past as well? It makes me wonder. But hey, it is a creepy place, I have to give it that. So the developers certainly made the atmosphere rather brilliantly. Okay, so there's a hole here. I can't light anything here, unfortunately. But I will light this then. So I think we are done here. Which is a problem. Because where the freak will I go now? I went this way as well. I checked that way. I didn't check this way. Okay, let's make this a kind of checkpoint. I know I'm looking for a... Oh, there's the creature. Hey, don't leave me. I know I'm looking for a kitchen. But I don't have the slightest of clues where the heck the kitchen is. That's a problem. think I already checked this area. Yeah, I checked this. I also checked this. This was the one with the locked door, and I think I will have to progress that way. I also went up here, went to the right, that's caved in. I checked this room or hallway, but it's caved in. I checked this, there is no passageway for us here. I also checked this area. This has the hole. This I checked. I can hear my little can. So nice. Here we have a locked door, and didn't I light that already? I remember lighting that. I said I would light it, so I know I have to return there. Huh, odd. And this is the passageway back, so there's nothing I can do here. I think the only thing I can do is use the hole here, and maybe that way I will be able to reach new areas. Hopefully that is the northern block. But I feel like I will have to come back here. Do I return to the northern block? I don't have any acid. I have a stone chipper. It's locked, however the lock is very corroded and weak. Well, let's combine these two and use it here. Well, that worked. Haha! Technology, as they would say. Okay, oil. Oh, almost full. Lovely. Well, that was somewhat useful, but not enough, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so we have the wrong button. We have this pathway. I will run into a creature, I'm almost sure. So this is logged. I'm really not sure if I have to go that way. I remember, like, maybe that was another lock. I'm afraid it was. And there is that large padlock, but that's about it. I feel like I'm missing something, and that's no good. Okay, there is nothing here. Nothing here. I'm just dragging the bed, don't worry about it. Nothing here. This is the place with the hole. Okay. We are missing but two. We are missing two tinder boxes. It's firmly locked. I'm assuming that means this will not work. Solid metal and in good shape. This is no use. Oh, there's one. Okay, so I made the good call here. So that means there's one more hidden somewhere that I missed. Or, even worse, I forgot to note it down. I hope that didn't happen. Sometimes moving around in the darkness is a better idea, because you can see the glowing tinderboxes a bit better. Let's check here. In the walls, it could be here in the walls. Hidden neatly. Are you hiding a tinderbox? Whoever is hiding a tinderbox, you will be punished. Maybe it's earlier? Could be even here, right? I mean, I didn't check that thoroughly, I think. Okay, that's one of the doors. Nothing. Okay, we have some oil from that place. That's good. Doesn't mean we should waste it. Okay, let's see. And the statues. Wow! Good thing that I wasn't standing in there a moment ago. Okay, let's assume that there's no tinderbox here. I can't see shit. Nothing. 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 I think I will be rather happy if I just manage to find this one.
Everything's gone.
Yes, I think I picked up one from here, and actually I picked up one from here as well, so I would say that this place is empty. Now I'm once again using my logic that states any item or collectible in a game is evenly distributed throughout the map. Is that true in every case? No, it's not. But it's a good way to try to find items using a sort of elimination tactic. For example, this room had nothing, I think, and that's weird. Nothing. Oh, blood. Just follow the blood. Just follow the blood trail. This doesn't even have. You in there? Open the fucking door. Okay. I have 32 little tinder boxes left. Okay. As I said, some areas are easier, some are more difficult. But I'm not giving up. I have more than half of all the tinder boxes I need, and in theory, I haven't missed even one. At least up until now. I found one here, I think. And I found one down here. Let me get there. Why does everything have to be a labyrinth? I have to fix everything, I have to clean up everything. What am I? A janitor? Okay. Let's see. Broken chair. Not so broken chair. Bed frame that is really fucking stuck. Nothing. Alright. Next, this one. This had the oil. Bed. That's it. This is kind of an optional area or room, I feel. Once again, an empty room. It makes sense that there's no tinderbox in a holding cell, because why would they have tinderboxes in a holding cell, right? Oh, wait. So that makes sense. But then again, why would you have a tinderbox in a corner? Wait, maybe that's what I missed. The buckets. The buckets could have a tinderbox in them. That would be sneaky. Do you have a bucket? Didn't even get a bucket? Oh, that's rough. Bucket, 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 bucket. I kind of remember finding a tinderbox in a bucket before. I think that was in Justin. Then again, who knows? This place, however, is weird to me because of the walls. I mean, the tinderbox could even be on one of these wooden beams. There's a good chance I would miss it because I mostly look at the ground, given most things are on the ground. Let's check. Not this wall. But let's check these two. Do you have a bucket? Oh, what's that? Ah, there's the tinder box. And the bucket. And my oil ran out. But that's okay. Because we have all of the tinder boxes. I think that means we have 91 tinder boxes now. And that's a rather nice number, I would say. Yes, I wasted a whole bunch of oil. It was a good thing that I found that extra little reserve. The hole is too narrow to slip through. No. No, it's not the hole, Daniel, it's you. Nah, what did we write? There is a hole in the ground in one of the cells, but it is too small to fit a man. Search for another way around the barred gate. Well, I know just what I need. Hammer and chipper. And now we can move on to the next area. The servants avoided him, yet he knew they were there. Alexander? With the people? Oh, I'm already here. Sorry, it was so bloody dark I couldn't see anything. Well, no going back. And I guess I will have to use my lamp because we are playing Mole Simulator. This is what it's like being a mole. Well, once you have your tunnel, that is. Which way do I want to go? Well, obviously we should go right, because that's the right way. It's in the name! Silly me. Really? You call that a fucking wall? Come on. Let's clean up this mess. You know, every hole should be given proper care. Not like this. Here we are. And who the fuck knows where? With 2 ways to go, because of course. Well, I think I will just return to this cozy snug hole for now and save right here, because in theory we finished a good portion of the game based on areas around half almost, and we are at 80 plus 5 plus 6. That's 91 out of the 151 tinderboxes. In theory, we haven't missed any. Again, there's always the chance of me being an idiot and not noting down finding one. However, I don't think I would be foolish enough to mark 2 when I only found 1. The other thing is, indeed it happened once that I was silly and forgot one. I think it was in the machine room, but they were in pairs, and so I picked up one, and the other one that was behind the pipe I forgot. But when I found the next 2 in a box maybe or something like that, I realized, wait, I only have 1 mark, that's no good, I found 2, and indeed I was able to fix that little mistake. And then I was looking around for the 5th one, which was a bit of a search, but I remember, if I'm not mistaken, that it was in the room where all the coal was stored. I'm not sure if that would have a name. A room in which coal is stored. Who knows? Well, with that said, we reached 91 out of 151 tinderboxes, meaning we are only missing 60. And hopefully we will be able to find all of them in the next stream. This Prison North has 12, exactly a dozen, and that will bring us up to 103. And after that, almost every area except for one has a single digit number of tinderboxes, which is a relief, honestly. How can I say it? The storage area with 25 tinderboxes was a bit concerning. I know it's silly, but when you are looking around, especially in a game like this, where if you mess up, you have to start all over again, because there's no going back in certain areas. Maybe I could have went back to the storage area, I'm honestly not sure. but why risk it? And because there is no manual save, I would need to start all over again if I skipped or missed a tinderbox and can't return to that area to fix my mistake. So that would indeed be really, really annoying. And that puts some pressure on you. Even in this prison area, I wasn't sure if I missed something or if I will return to this, and I kind of remembered that I will break a door with I think some acid, and I think that's in the North prison area. And because it looks pretty similar, and also it has the same kind of door design, and I think even the padlock, it got me a bit confused. Now that's a problem, because if I misremember and I don't need to return to this area, which as it turns out I don't think we will, then I would have missed 2 tinderboxes, and guess what? Restart. But this way, because I was being cautious, I looked around again and again and I found them. And that's one of those things. I actually didn't want to go to the North area if I'm not sure that I have all of the tinderboxes, and so I always have this concern that I might have missed a tinderbox or I forgot to note it down. And so my idea was that I would just end the stream here in the south area and check my video of the stream, see if I missed something or if I picked it up but I forgot to mark it. And as such, I'm happy that I'm being cautious, because it's not worth it to try to be hasty with these kind of things and then end up having to do much more work and spending much more time on something than stopping for a moment, spending another 5 or 10 minutes with it and actually finishing it decently. And that's something that I would say applies to many things. But with that said, we are done for today. I will be back on this Friday with more Distraint as our game for this Friday, and the next week possibly return to Heinrich for the Maze trophies, as well as to Amnesia the Dark Descent, and hopefully get the remaining 60 tinderboxes. But for today, I thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this lovely stream spent in the darkness. Actually, we spent much less time in the darkness than before. We had a good amount of oil. I would also like to thank Nekio for the raid, as well as Schmoozer, Uraite, and obviously Timbertier for joining for a bit and having this rather lovely conversation. As much as I was a bit slow to respond, I greatly appreciate talking about the more serious aspects of streaming and VTubing as well. But with that said, thank you so much for spending your time here. I hope you will join me again. Have a great day, and as always, good night.